Good morning, everybody. Looks like we got the high open and got rejected. 70 though instead of 75. Interesting. VIX short. How is Michigan? Great Britain GDP was flat. Consumer sentiment way the fuck down. Inflation expectations up. Consumer expectations down. Current conditions down. Fuck. That's gross. Still no IBD tip report this week. You sound like a train wreck. Get well soon. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It keeps like, I guess like relapsing or something. I woke up in like a pool of sweat. I have a fever again. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's tip with two P's. I had this. It lasts for 3 weeks. Yeah, I took COVID tests. I don't have COVID. I think next week will be the 3rd week. You need to have your anal glands expressed. But Dork's busy this weekend. I picked up some nasty cold in Florida. I can make time. Oh, thank God, Jay Fresh. All right, I'll fly down to Texas this weekend. I don't think I have an infection though. I still think it's viral. I don't think antibiotics are gonna do me any good. Man, today looks boring as shit. If we didn't drop harder on that awful Michigan consumer data, we're just gonna fucking trade flat at like 60 to 75 all day, I think. There's still a lot of put interest down at 43.45. Hold on. Dork. You know what? I'll just show everyone. Like it. Look at this bullshit. I just stayed in bed. What the fuck are we supposed to do with this? Lol, bye guys. It's called a straddle. Ugh. Nope. The fuck was that? Finally, Big Girk. Just try to scalp a drop to 50. How are the goodies? I think we'll retest something at the higher end of the range first. Yeah, like 75. I was really hoping we wouldn't end up locked in like a $25 range today, but it's looking like we are. Man, they're really leaning into blaming ICBC for the 30-year rocketing. I feel like we're about to break up, not down, but I've been wrong most times. Maybe have a better idea of it here in a second. Give me a minute. One sec. All right. I'm trying to say China got hit by ransomware. I mean, even if they did, it has nothing to do with the 30-year printing the fattest tail since 2007. It's like, guys, this isn't a financial crisis. It's a ransomware attack. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're testing anything higher either. This is ugly as shit. If that futures bounce off of like so we bounce like off the bear signal on futures. But if this bounce had had a little more volume, maybe we could have done something. Right now it looks like it's gonna just get stuffed at 78. I had no volume on that bounce at all. I'd go down to the 5-minute. What's a tail? It means that the auction comes in above spot. What did I miss? ICBC did what? So supposedly the big spike, like, so what they're trying to say is that the big spike in the treasury market yesterday was due to ICBC suffering a ransomware attack and having to settle trades on like a flash drive. Honda Motor is going to increase factory worker pay by 11%. Interesting. We'll see. Continue to see spending and demand slow. It's going to take time. Policy becomes tighter as inflation falls and rates rise. Well, yeah, no shit. Thanks, Bostic. You've mentioned you don't like the leveraged ETFs. Are you planning to hold to expiry on those TQQ puts? They were mostly to just hold overnight, but I think it's possible we retest like 150 today, so I might wait to sell them a little bit. Futures is getting some more volume. Wait, were people bullish because they think the auction results were only? It wasn't the auction results. It was the auction. It was the bond market's reaction after the results. The 30-year went up like 440 BPS right after the auction. The stream card made me sad. Rip Paul Rubens. He didn't really get a fair shake, but you know, that's life. How should we play Bostic's speech on Saturday if we can't trade after hours? You don't? The yield did? Yeah, the yield rocketed yesterday after the auction. I don't think he ended up in jail. He was in a he was in an adult movie theater fondling himself, which is, you know, arguably a designated place for fondling oneself. We didn't have internet porn back then. He got bed bugs in an AMC. What's it gonna take for the pumpers to change from holding the market up to praying for an opportunity to de-risk to just de-risking whatever they've got? I mean, they're only gonna de-risk if they have to. That's right now. Nothing's forcing their hand. They're still de-risking, but they're also adding risk further out on the chain. So they'll just keep retreating, right? If something breaks, they'll de-risk everything. All right. Well, now we've got futures volume. And still not a lot of volume on. Well, okay. That's a little bit of volume on bot calls. 75. Looks like they're gunning for 75. Microsoft all-time high. Yeah, fucking tech seems to be completely unaffected. Nvidia's up 2% again today. Microsoft 1.5%. Meta 150. I sold some CSVs on Upstart at 23. I wanted to roll down and out. Do you have any idea where the floor may be, or too much liquidity now and it can keep dropping? It could definitely keep dropping. I mean, today might offer some stability. No, never mind. Yeah, it could just keep dropping. Like none of the news is positive for them right now. None of the macro conditions are either. The guidance was pretty rough. Consumer inflation, sentiment and inflation was so bad. I was expecting some respect from the S&P 500, but no, nope. We're above S&P GN. 75 is kind of the resistance here. Let me see if we're getting anything further dated coming in. A little bit at 80, 85. Call buying's kind of falling off, but they're still selling puts. What do I have for these next Friday? Almost. We're still at like 43.90 on futures. There's resistance here. We might start to see some call side profit taking. Go back to bed. You're getting the market all excited. The market seems pretty range bound. I don't think I can get it all that excited, to be honest. It's like a $25 range, but let's say they're buying 80 and 85 for Monday. Seems like they still want that pre-SLD pump. I think if we break much higher, we're going to move up like another $10. That's weird. AMD's having a pretty good morning. Any reason you know of besides bulls pumping tech? Um, no. Up 3% today. Looks like it broke through a sold call wall at 115. That seems to be the majority of the momentum it's picked up. But I don't see any news or anything like that. Chances this gets rugged. I think there's a pretty good chance that it tests 85. It might get rugged up there, but I don't think it's getting rugged down here. Nice, Dork. Looks like we got some of the in the money puts closing out and some more out of the money call buying. So now all the interest is starting to concentrate around 75 again. I know, bipolar bear. TSM's up 5.5%. All right. GM for NVIDIA. It's got to be getting pretty close. GM max for NVIDIA is 506. Thanks, Baradactyl. I'll see you Sunday, man. Futures are still kind of struggling with the 43.90. There's some longer term resistance here too. Oops. Yeah, right. No, that's the perfect time to de-risk though, because that's when there's all the liquidity. Are you gonna average down your TQQQ puts? No, I mostly just bought them to carry overnight. I still think this might reject lower today, in which case I'll sell them, but I kind of woke up like right here. Hmm. So if this rejects 80, 85, I feel like it's still a little too low to reject. But maybe a better entry opportunity. That's well, they've been cutting all three over the last few days. Dork. Like December, Jan, and March. UVXY is down almost 50% in 2 weeks. It's very impressive. Yeah. This was concentration in the meme 7 is a good thing. Extremely healthy. How will the market react to Russia beating Ukraine? Well, not favorably, I'd imagine. I mean, would mean the U.S. isn't going to get its money back. The range is 30.85, 43.85, 43.65. Let's see. Sure, but 75's kind of a sticking point. So to the upside of 75, the range is kind of just 75. Like back to 75. If we slip 75 again, yeah, there's a little bit of room to the downside. But part of this move up here was like puts taking profits. So the put position would have to rebuild on a breakdown. Right now it's pretty weak. I don't think the market would want Russia to win because of Cold War spending. The US deficit is already ridiculous. If we get into a Cold War with Russia, which is not likely, but if we were to, that would not be good for our economy. You can use stop limits. You just have to make sure that they're wide enough that you don't run into liquidity issues. If you're trading zero DTEs, the contract premiums are volatile. So stop losses make it a little easier than stop limits. But you can also experience a lot of slippage. There's no profit taking on the call side yet, but most of the calls that are being bought are still out of the money. We're getting a little bit more call selling here. Not much, though. Did we look at tips? No? I don't think there's any reason to. I know you do, Dork. I will say, for a squeeze out of the short positions, this was on a lot of range. What do you think the SLD pump goal / range is? I'm trying to plan for the next 14 days. They still have a lot of long calls just at 4,400 up to like 4,415. So that may be it. Gamma Max is kind of running away though. Yeah, Gamma Max moved up yesterday from like 44.28 to 44.40 today. So there's a lot of out of the money call selling, like further out of the money call selling. Oops. Hmm. Calls are kind of expensive. SLDs next Wednesday through the following Monday. What was activated my average down 4380p leaps trap card? Why is NQ delisted? It's not? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you weren't. It's definitely trading. It's up 120 basis points today. Some call side profit taking driving this. Slowly, but yeah, it looks like it. Drop back down to 70 doesn't seem unreasonable. Oh. Hmm. Do you think we fill the gap today? Where is the gap? Ooh, not unless a lot more puts start coming in. NQ kind of hit resistance here. And it looks like it's failing a little bit. That might be a bigger drag on SPX than the options chain. We'll see though. That's a pretty sharp bounce. 45 BPS in 15 minutes on NQ. Enough downside interest to retest 4350. Hold on. I'd have to look at Monday's expiration. There isn't. I wouldn't say there is today. Gamma flip point moved up to 43.57. There might be room for us to move down to 70, but I don't yeah, there's a lot of call buying, and I don't see all that much call selling yet. Yeah, we're starting to sell puts into this drop too. If they de-risk here, though, I guess that would be the concern. If there's de-risking, that could pull it down, or if NQ fails really hard. Yields are recovering. A little bit, yeah. That could be a good signal. Go cancel the call buy. I think maybe just the MM pushing for the gap here. It's went from all kinds of bullish to all kinds of bearish. They're still buying fucking calls. 80 and 85 are getting pretty swole. Oh, I like that. I'm just kind of bearish. I'm positioned kind of bearish. I love how you never let bias affect your judgment, Doric. You see my position? No. Oh, nice. That's a good scalp. Watch that. Careful with that gap, though. Why does JFresh never show up to the daily stream? Is he a shill or something? He was here earlier. He offered to have his wife express my anal glands. Which was, really nice. How's Cat looking into the end of the day next week? Still hasn't broken 237.50. It's looking a little bit better. It's still pressuring that level, but hey, there we go. Money. God damn it. Awesome. What a fun $60. Fucking overpriced calls. What's up, Dork? Ooh. Wait, where? You didn't send me anything. Peep TLT? It's totally healthy. It's not a leading indicator of the SPX or anything, right? What's fucking Apple doing? Jesus Christ. $50. Cha-ching. Hmm. Did you see the Michigan person surveys? Real bullish. No, they weren't. They were awful. Are you being sarcastic? Can you tell us GM for Microsoft? JFresh said we hit it yesterday morning, so I expect downs unless GM went up, I guess. I don't know if I'd use GM as an indicator of downs for Microsoft. There's a lot of buying of the underlying there that could take precedence. Yeah, a bunch of the interest on Microsoft fell off yesterday. We didn't really hit GN yesterday, or GM. It was like 369. Today it's at 373, but it came pretty close to testing it. This isn't going to turn around, is it? It could. But I think 80, 85. They really haven't stopped buying. And there's probably enough interest there that if we start to climb up above 75, we'll break out a little. $75 is the sticking point, though. So either we break above it or we don't. It's probably like a resistance here. Yeah. Oh, it could be a little tighter. It looks like, I mean, NQ and like Mag 7 are driving most of the upside here. Not just like SPX options, right? But SPX, like ES, is still hung up at resistance. This is like a longer term resistance. If I go to like the 1 hour, you can kind of see it. I should probably draw the other one that's just above that, but not yet. Here. Oops. How much lower do you think GME could get? It may get some relief in the early part of next week. And like we may see some covering if there's like an SLD pump. But right now, I mean the long-term trend kind of puts us at like 1157 as the low for the period, for the next, at least the next downside test. 4080C a good option if you want to capture upside. If you have a really tight stop, because this could still fail again. Like, it's a pretty textbook inverse head and shoulders, but it might fail. You have to watch it. We have to watch out for de-risking, right? If they run into too much resistance. And we haven't seen a ton of call side profit taking. Like, we got a little bit through here, but there's still a lot of in the money calls that haven't taken profits yet. Volume's really low. Jesus. Where are the put buyers or call sellers? There's not a lot of that going on here. We had some call buyers and some put sellers. I didn't know Snow Patrol wrote Chasing Cars about the 4375 level on SPX. So the tips of your carry trade indicator are aggressively staring at each other. Yeah, yields are kind of bouncing back a little bit. The fucking USD JPY is up to 151.53. Did you hear how HE earnings calls went? No. Would it make sense to average down here on GME if it's 60% lower than cost basis? It could if you consider like cash secured puts to lower it even more. I'm disappointed in Ryan Cohen. Fair. Me too. I told you DVN would go up, you stunk pleb. I should have had the courage of my convictions that oil would turn around a little. Okay. You know I own DVN, right? Congratulations on your 2% gain since earnings. Will Meta ever go down? Seems like no bad news, bad earnings, etc. can pull it down. Yeesh. If the rest of the Mag 7 does. Otherwise, probably not. Is it true the BOJ owns a ton of Japanese equities? They do, yeah. Well, not directly. Usually it's pretty transparent. You can kind of look it up. This looks pretty bullish. Well, it's trying to be at least. It's a nice setup if we bounce off of the trend. Man, it's hard to pull away from 75. Looks like they have about $265.75 billion in holdings. They're 53 trillion yen. Unless you can find a newer report. What's the dot plot? December. Yeah, it's really hard for them to back away from 75. There's a lot of puts here too, right? They're still buying calls at 80 and 85. Breakout. Ooh, stuffed. Where did all the volume go? I don't feel like there's been a lot of volume today. Was it more exciting this morning? Like even this move up was pretty slow. No, all right. It was pretty spicy this morning on the econ data and heading into it. Okay. I mean, it's lunchtime. It's usually kind of low volume right now, but I feel like that gives a little bit of an edge to the bulls. Also, a pump earlier in the day here helps them with the charm decay into the end of the day. There's actually quite a lot of charm on the weekly contracts. Thanks, Stash Diamond. How you been? Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? Would 112 BPS and 5-second candle? Those are fun. I'd like one of those right now. There it is. Is that a new high for the day? Yeah. Why are we pumping? Because we finally broke away from 43.75 and there's calls at 80 and 85. Pretty steady liquidity through here, not a lot of gaps. Too much profit taking? Yeah. I mean, yeah, that really could have gone either way though, Doric, right? Don't don't feel bad. I don't want to get stopped out. I feel like I'm okay. Consolidation might get me though. I'll just back it off. Anything on Monday's expiry coming in above 43.85? Give me a second. I've got to load it up. The ramp up to 4,400 today kind of breaks down around 90, 95. But yeah, give me a second. Let me look at Mondays. For Monday, there's a shitload of puts at 43.80, and then the ramp above 43.80 is kind of garbage. So if we break up here, we're very likely to fall back to 43.80, unless that level capitulates, because all the upside interest up like 85, 90, 95, 4,400 expires today, right? So like this might be able to drag us through the resistance because it has more gamma, but eventually charm's gonna take hold, and whatever isn't in the money is gonna probably push the in the money contracts back out by the end of today. So I think this is their like big push for their upside interest. Let's start looking for sold calls once we tap 85, I think. Charm seem like Runic Glory better. Happy zero-DTE day. Happy zero-DTE day to you too. My boss just brought in Portos. We're probably all getting fired. Shit. Just just don't be there. They can't fire you if you're not there. Take some PTO. QQQ up 150 BPS on yesterday's yield data is total bullshit. I tried warning people about them squeezing out over exuberant bears a bunch of times. That's why I trimmed my pooty toots and bolstered my call hedge. My man. But now I'm angry again. Oh, did you close your call hedge? Might be a little early. No? Oh, okay. I really don't want to get stopped out here. Although I have a feeling people are about to stop buying the 75 call. This is going to start to get kind of illiquid. Gappy. If we break 85, are we going to 90? We could. Little more difficult 90 and 95. 85's got a good amount of interest. 90 and 95, that's kind of where we start to run into some more serious resistance, especially from like the big sold call walls. We'll see though. I mean, market makers on their side, well, at least protecting their downside. Yeah, 90 and 95 kind of suck. We might, so what might happen here is we might get a little push above 85 on kind of on the back of the 85 going in the money, but then I would expect a rejection before, probably before 90. Oh no. Don't stop me out. We can see downside into the end of today. Two 93. That seems kind of far out of reach. Ah, bastards. Eh, that wasn't too bad. Small cap, such a bag of shit. All right. Let's Pretty sure a failure here is bad. Back down to 75. Are we dropping from here? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know, Mike. I was hoping to triple this account this week, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Fucking range-bound, choppy bullshit. A little bit of call selling starting to pick up. Failure to break 85's not bullish. Maybe we're squeezing out some sold calls, spot up, fix up. JFresh promised mega rug. When was that? Yeah, I know. Microsoft hit an all-time high. It's $2.75 trillion market cap is part of what's keeping this market from cratering. I mean, JFresh's prediction for this week, which I drew without any of his input, has us ending the day at like 43.56. That's not what I said, Bob. Ginger Balls is a visionary. Vic's behavior is strange. Well, he said wild chop between, what was it, like GN and DN? Ooh, Nomura's McElliott had a bunch of comments this morning. Do you guys want to hear them? He seems to not know what he's talking about. Okay, so the question about this sudden lack of demand issue, was it simply because these duration heavy bonds look much less attractive to investors after the recently explosive rally? Because they need to be more generously compensated for taking the risk of owning these bonds into the ongoing structural supply dynamics with the inflation beast still not yet buried? Question mark. I think qualitatively that could certainly have been a part of it, although one dynamic that make yesterday's ugly action results murky was the ICBC cyber attack described across various financial media, which gunked up anybody who clears UST trades through them and made it so that many dealers were then unable to trade with those clients until resolved on account of unsettled trades which weren't able to be matched. Further, it said that the bank offers legging services and that feature was inaccessible during the cyber attack. So this is a real issue for entities who run auction strategies, e.g. legging into the 30, WN30, 1030, etc. And some feedback from rate sales was that they saw abnormally heavily flows and flies yesterday because customers couldn't use their leggers. Point being, this might be the case of more than meets the eye to the ugly accident evidencing low demand for duration story. And I think why, as more and more people begin to understand these circumstances, which clouded the knee-jerk read on the auction, this is why we're seeing duration firm up and now rally strongly overnight into the US Open. Hilariously, yesterday's 30-year bond auction is now about 4 BPS in the money as I type this message, with multiple UXY block buys earlier and holding steady so far into the US session despite official foreign real money macro systematic sellers being seen overnight in the long end. What a useless sack of shit. Perfectly timed cyber attack. How convenient. He also said, I hosted a dinner with macro clients on Wednesday night, which was loaded with more takeaways than I can list here in a standard stream of consciousness 10K word manifesto. But I thought there was some quality perspective around the room we're sharing on the topic of recent rates, UST duration rally, and generalized outlook from here. I would say that despite a clear sentiment shift and generally obstructive tone on duration, just slower now after the magnitude of the rally so far, because there's belief that U.S. bond stabilization is occurring for the right rational reasons, labor cooling, disinflation, global growth data showing harder stop these past few weeks with real recession signals and DM, bro. 4, dovish Yellen Treasury twist, QRA, and 5, global central bank dove speak escalation, with the rest of the world nearing cuts sooner than later. Yet, there's still a belief that we can probably continue to range trade rates further before we see the whites of the eyes of the U.S. slow down into the recession next year. God, how do these people get jobs? So my call hedge missing out on 370% gains. Oh no. Let down. See if my remaining settled cash lotto puts print. I want sushi tonight. All right, fair. We might distribute out through this range for a little while, and I still think there's a chance that we could move to the 85 test. I got stopped out too, but very buzzwordy. God, reading through it made my mouth dirty. Tesla a good possible 0-DTE short here. You know what? Might not be terrible. Let me see what this looks like. My worry would be that it gets hung up here. This is kind of a failure of the 1250, right? So arguably a little bit bearish. Hmm. It might retest 1250 though. I wonder if Nvidia is the better short here. I think Nvidia might be the better short. There's no 25, or there's no half step. That's rough. I don't short Nvidia anymore. Why? It's fun. Has the recession been in a room with us for 2 years, except we call it a slight downturn? I'm sure like 10 years from now, after they finally finish revising all the data, they'll be like, oh, we were in a recession from the end of 2021 onward. How much delta would you buy if averaging into a 30-45 DTE Apple position? Up or down? Are you buying a NVIDIA call hedge for their earnings? I have to. Are you averaging down on your M? No, I don't think so. I bought as much of it as I wanted to. We're not too far off my cost basis here. My cost basis is like 11.20, so they have earnings coming up. I think next week. Lie to me, Gurk. Can Cat Moas today? Let me take a look. I know I looked at Cat last night, and I wasn't super happy with it. Yeah, Cat needs to break 239 to move up hard. Yeah. Not a big fan of it right now. There's still that resistance. So a lot of the resistance at 240 has pulled back, but there's still a lot of sold calls at 237.50. And those don't appear to be going anywhere. So I think it's still kind of just stuck here. I guess if they capitulate, maybe we could see like 39.40. It's not really going to be like Moas, but that might be a good signal to get in for next week. Ooh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I would say if it breaks up here, that's a better signal for next week than it is for the rest of today. I'm not really sure you could make that much money off of it today. 40 cents. That's actually not that bad. Holy shit, those are cheap. Okay, I see where you're coming from. This 237.50 puts have been pretty well protected all week, though. I don't know. I'd be worried that a breakout would just get stuffed with put buying again, like we've seen every other day this week on Cat. I don't think Nvidia is going to 1,000 before earnings. Still looks kind of bullish. ES is pushing on 4,400. There we go. Just broke. Oh man. If I could buy that for I don't want to buy that for. Not a lot of change in positioning here. So 90 test. So this is kind of the push I was talking about once you break 85. You look there or there for like here or here for rejections. Futures 44.10 is the next resistance. Is right about where we're at now. Yeah. Big push. Call selling's picking up a lot here, though. Tap 4,400. Maybe. Futures still has a bit of room here. To the previous high, it's like wow, there's 44.10, which we're almost at right now. And then a little bit of resistance, maybe like 44.13. 44.13 to 15, I would say. Actually, good. $44.12.75. Might fail before then, though. We're not going to get a fill on this. One more push. We'll try 15. This is bananas. BANANAS. You need to put some fib fans on that chart, like a real trader. What is this reasonable signal nonsense? Ew. I'm cutting my calls if we tap 4,400. That's fair. Yeah, there's both a lot of profit taking on the call side going on right now and a lot of call selling out of the money. So bears seem to be pretty confident this is the top. Hey, I filled out my fucking NVIDIA contract. Dope. Right before the market maker devalued it. Can we take a moment to congratulate the Bulls? This is impressive. That's kind of the top of their ramp. Yeah, that's a big push. Are you confident this is the top? I mean, more call interest could still come in, or the short calls above us could get squeezed out. It's definitely a risky place to enter any position. If you confirm a breakdown, that might be better. Less profitable, but more accurate. Fuck, my video's squeezing out some of the 480 calls. Time to de-risk. Decent spot for 30 DTE pits. Could be a good entry. I still think we're going to see some pump into the early part of next week, though. Like, this can pull back today, but we'll probably see more upside over the next 3 days still. Nice popcorn. So that was 100 BPS up. Now let me see 100 BPS down with VIX flat. Now I just hope we don't go any further. We could. We're pushing. They're still pushing. VIX going up. Yep. Shaking out some of those short calls. It's still very early. Are we gonna dick rocket? Or just get rejected really hard? Right? I mean, there's definitely 11, 17 like long calls at 4,400, but there's also a shitload of sold calls at 4,400, 4,405, 4,410, 4,415. Either those hold and we get rejected here, or they get squeezed out and we fucking go to like 4,430. And yeah, I think a rejection is probably a little more likely. Phew. Sorry. Oh no, my sweet NVIDIA pit's never gonna fill now. Oh, I'm not buying it at 115. Fuck that. Microsoft has had 260% gain in 5 years. Can we expect this to continue into the heat death of the universe? Sure, why not? Everyone seems to think it will. Thank you, California Pizza. Is recent pumps evidence the bulls have plenty of liquidity in conjunction with CTAs? No, I think the fact that we haven't gone higher is evidence that they don't have a lot of liquidity. It takes quite a lot of effort just to pull this off. Got like a lot of effort. If they could break 4,400, they'd find some more liquidity laying about. But they haven't done that yet. They do have a pullback today and then a pump into SLDs, getting me all horned up. As long as nothing catastrophic happens over the weekend. I want to see if that big ass put wall on Monday is moved. $44.05 that never got filled on SPX. There's a gap at 44.01, yeah. Although that doesn't really fucking matter. I mean, it's been like over a month, right? The market maker's already taken the loss. How will the market pump affect GME once off reg show and an earnings beat? Oh wow, you have some really delusional expectations. If we fail, we could fall back to 75 or 80. What's the opinion? Recognition of the Perlmutter Pelt's kick up of the proxy war coming back after that woeful earnings. I told you Disney shakeups were looming. You told me to go long Disney. You didn't say anything about shakeups. Would you recommend operating multiple trading account for different allocations and risk tolerance? It makes it easier to manage. So yeah. No percent split is reasonable. Well, it depends on what strategies you're deploying in each account. I don't know how you're gonna divide it up. More aggressive positions and strategies should probably have less capital allocation. Today's pump to get CTAs on the bull side and positive gamma. CTAs are already on the bull side. I want to buy March QQQ 360Ps. You need to calm the fuck down. I'm at the market pump, BIPS. Nice odorous. $9 billion to their direct competitor to get out of Hulu. Zero growth in streaming subs. Parks once again the only thing making money. That seems bearish as fuck. How much of their forward PE is just due to Hulu and Disney Plus? Girk, I'm getting bearish. This is usually 3 days before I lose money. Pushing a little bit more. Sold puts here. Yeah, I don't trust this either, Dork. Interesting. QQQ is kind of underperforming SPX here. RSP shooting up? Ooh, yeah. RSP's doing stuff. Probably a positive move in breadth today. Definitely a positive move in breadth today. Ooh, the 5-year went positive. I think they're just trying to de-risk ahead of yields fucking pushing up again. It's a pretty big move up in breadth. Look at today. That's positive. Well, the S&P at least. I don't know. Probably not QQQ. Realized vol is 15 to IV at 14.4. 15.7 to 14.4. I think I'm at this price for a fresh entry. I'm interested in establishing a long position. Just be aware that you're probably going to need that dividend to make up future losses. We're gonna get some regional bank closures like last Friday. That wasn't really like a regional bank. That was like a local bank. Oh man, and the money support on the call side is really breaking down. If they don't push this over 4,400 today, it's gonna get like the turnaround could get really ugly. There's still a huge fucking pile of puts at 43.80. All right, there we go. Fucking YouTube disconnected there for a second. Is SPX topping out, you think? It's either topping out or it's going to break a lot higher. I would say that. I would wait to confirm either way before entering any positioning. Are bears fucked for the rest of 2023? I think that's going to depend a lot on what happens going into November OPEX. But very, very possibly until the Fed meeting. And it's not that I think things are going to be like super bullish. I just think we could kind of stay here. If inflation goes up next week on the CPI report, that would be pretty bad. Because bonds are going to kind of jockey to price an increased expectancy of like another move by the Fed. I think we still have what? So we have CPI, PPI. What else do we have before the next Fed meeting? We got a bunch of shit. I think we'll have PCE. I think we get one more PCE print before the Fed meeting. December 12th through 13th. When's CPI next week? Monday, I think. No, Tuesday. Tuesday. PPI is Wednesday. We also get all the international like PPI and CPI reports as well, right? Which could further stimulate the dollar. Yep. Everyone knows that JPass said the F word yesterday. More cat calls, but at 250 next week. Dumb. Sounds dumb. They seem overpriced to anyone else? Is it just me? Oh. A little bit of put buying. Although I'm not sure where. 90 is a bit of a resistance to the downside. $85, I don't think, not so much. Yeah, 85.90 is about equal. Ooh. If you had to bet $50 on this breaking up or down. Why is YouTube buffering? I don't know. It kicked me off the server a few minutes ago. USD JPY. Yep. Oh shit. Is it DDSDD time? Too soon. Too soon. If influencing is too much for it, Kenny G trying to hold you back. Don't give in to the shills. Purple circles unite. This happened like 3 times in the last 4 weeks. Yeah. YouTube's been really shitty lately. When does the Japan carry trade finally crush SPX? Well, now when they lean into it and pump, they tighten the spread, right? So that's fun. We'll see how long that dynamic takes to have an impact, but I mean, it's already having one, right? USD JPY is pretty fucking high right now. I don't think it's quite as high as it was in November, but it's got to be getting close. Yeah, almost. Or October last year, I guess. 151.96. Yeah, it's getting there. Hmm.
Breakdown confirmed? No, I'd say below 43.90. There could still be support at 90. If we fall below 43.90, we're probably going to get pulled back to 80. 80.75. Right now, this is kind of just still distributive. I think they're de-risking here a little bit. We did finally see sold calls kind of take a little bit of an edge there, though. But yeah, far from confirmed. Do you think HE has a floor anymore? What? I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me about that? It's gonna, the shorts are gonna fucking stay in it until the lawsuits are resolved. They already netted off most of their vol exposure, so they're just not gonna fucking go anywhere. There's resistance at 1120, 1030, and 906. If Tesla could just fall below 210, I'd be happy. Losing the 212.50 level. Like, you need to see a breakdown below this. We'll probably want to see it lose 212 as well. But if you get that, it might drop back under 210. Not a ton of range though. They're really just fighting vol. It's like all they're doing. More call selling here. Did Microsoft hit Gamma Max? I don't think so. 368? No. Like came close, but it's like $5 off. Ten-year ticked positive, dork. 20 years about 18 BPS off. 30 years about 40 BPS off, 46 BPS off. Tesla lost 212.50, by the way. How much is the 212? Oh, there isn't one. Fuck. Oh, all right. They're getting sued for a bunch of shit. Nothing else is bad. They just have a lot of lawsuits and no one wants to buy their stock. They have a effective monopoly. It's probably a good buy and hold if you want to wait 5 years for the legal shit to resolve. And you're 100% confident that they're not at fault for the Maui fires. That was one heck of a pump, huh? Yeah. Might not be over yet either. The bear put spread, should I buy back this? Buy the sold put back when it's profitable, then sell the bought put when it's profitable, or hold both until expiration? You could buy the short put back. Sometimes there's an opportunity to do that. You increase your risk though once you buy it back because you lose that protection from like theta decay. Odd, I can buy zero DT SPX options, but not weekly zero DTs. Huh. It's because one is cash settled and the other isn't. I assume you're talking about on Fidelity. Yeah. Fidelity will let you buy zero DTs on cash settled instruments. So VIX, SPX, XSP, NDX. RUT? Does Fidelity have RUT? RUT? Another fucking support level? Okay, that's good then. I like that. It's getting really hard to push this meatball uphill, Dork. Does this price outlook change your... Does this price action change your outlook for the month closing red? I didn't expect the month to close red, but we broke through the prior month's resistance, which is kind of bullish from a technical standpoint. Could still fail though. I mean, closing this month above 43, is it 43.93 would be significant, but we're still a ways away from that. If we fail 42.72 over the next week, there's a much higher chance that the month closes red. But today's bounce negates all of yesterday's price action, right? 42.70, 219. $43.30 kind of like if so here, I'll just show you. So if we close this month above here, and really over the long term, 44.04. God damn it. That's pretty bullish going into next month. If we close at 43.30 or near there, that one's pretty hard to determine. That could really break down or up. If we close the month below 42.72 here, that's pretty bearish going into next month. We're still pretty far from the end of the month right now, so I'd probably just focus on the weekly breaking the trend. And that inflection point is kind of 44.04. No problem, man. Test. So close. There it is. They got it. Dear God. If we stay up in this range, I might get some Vega today, Dork. But what if they can get it down to like 1350 next week? Jesus, that's pretty cheap. What the fuck did that drop down to? USD JPY is about to break the high from the beginning of the month. Over leveraged much. Fed's daily said, not sure if policy is restrictive enough at the current settings. What a weird way to describe policy. Did he say anything else? Would like to see a slower job market and lower growth. Huh. Reverse repos back above $1 trillion. Fed's Daily says it's hard to know why yields are rising. There are likely multiple reasons. Daily warns that if financial conditions ease more, the Fed would need to take note. And if inflation doesn't ebb further, the Fed will likely have to hike again. Thanks, NW. Congratulations, man. Cat Fridays are the best Fridays. That 37.50 was cheap as shit. Interesting. Tesla squeezing out short calls. I should probably cut the Tesla call. Well, I guess I can wait. It's 130. Tesla's almost at resistance. Average it down. Boop. Oh, okay. That was cheap. Well, Fed got themselves a real Sherlock Holmes over there. Well, they've got their foot in the door. I don't know if they necessarily have a foothold, but they've definitely, it's an important level. Going back to earlier, this is why you want to confirm the breakdown. When everyone was getting super bullish or bearish. This is just silly. Yeah, it is. Still a lot of time left in the day. Let me see how the volume looks to the upside here. Not too much volume above 4,400. There's a bit of interest at 4,410. Although some of that may be sold. I don't think the 4,400 sold shit's getting squeezed out just yet. What would confirmation have looked like back there? Breaking back below 43.90. Tesla testing long-term resistance. Nvidia's not doing much, which is kind of cool. So QQQ's not propping this very much. A little bit. Mag 7's gonna be like 30% of the fucking S&P by the end of today. '20-year got pushed back again. Puts coming in at all? Not really. There's puts at 4,400. Not a lot of them, though. Wow, I guess not a lot of them in comparison to the number of calls. 44.16. 4401.61. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, this is just silly. A little bit. Damn it. Let's see if those puts for Monday have gotten squeezed out yet. I just woke from my slumber. What caused this? Squeezing over exuberant pairs. Well, most of it. At least up to like 85. And then after 85, they've just been pumping the fuck out of it as much as they can. No, I need to see Monday's expiration. 4410. 4400. A little more call selling, but it's most of the zero DTE is pretty flat, Dork. Did that load yet? Oh yeah, here we go. So Monday's starting to build some interest up to 44.25. But the 43.80 puts are still there. I just want to know why it's so easy to squeeze bears, yet bulls are immune. Dude, we dropped like 10% in the last like month and a half. I wouldn't say that the bulls are immune. You mean why are they so persistent? Because markets go up. No, VIX is trending out because this is squeezing out short calls, right? Zero-DTE 26,000 at 215. Profit taking on the 212.50. What are your thoughts on SoftBank? They seem kind of fucked. I don't really have any. It's not something I've looked at a lot. Is there more ups from here? There could be. 15 and, well, 10. 10 and 25. Gamma Max is higher now, so it's possible. Got a lot. They have to squeeze out a lot of sold calls, and they're pretty. They have some of them have quite a bit of theta, so it may be kind of hard. They've squeezed out a little bit here. No, it's not Gamma Max. I think Gamma Max today on SPX, well, for the weekly contract is now at 44.40. It was in this range earlier this week, but it's moved up as more and more calls have been sold out of the money. It's a 1% up, then 2% down, not 1% up and then another 2% up. Let me talk to my manager or the manager. Still not a lot of put buying. For Monday's expiration, this is kind of the top of the call interest. It falls off after this pretty hard. But again, they could buy more. We're starting to get some puts at 90, 95. A little bit at 4,400, but not a lot. The bears that are coming in right now aren't going to make money unless the bulls take profits. I just want red candle. I don't have enough puts. I need to be hurt. You could just wait until SLD. instead of trying to enter puts now. Why did you get stopped out of the call you had? It would be 5x right now. Because it was like 1x already. And I had to stop. What about pre-SLD, SLD? I don't know. That's what we're in right now. How do you feel about it? I told you yesterday the Bulls are going to try to squeeze out all the fucking bears that piled in. I have a feeling at some point this gets really bearish. If we lose 4,400, I mean, and the money calls have been taking profits and rolling up, so they're kind of overextending themselves to the upside. But they need to lose the support, which they may not do, right? Like squeezing out short calls, yay, but somebody has to realize those losses. That doesn't mean they're not just gonna lean into it hard as fuck for like 3 days though, right? There's not like a lot of the bullish positioning was already there, right? At like 75 and 4,400. Most of what's driving us up right now is short calls closing because they're getting afraid. Why is Jimmy not pumping with the markets? I don't think mid caps are doing that well right now. All of the money is going into and like tech, right? Fucking Nasdaq's up like fucking 200 basis points today. Ooh, they got the 10 years negative again. But they don't have to realize them today, right? Realizing losses, same as only having 485 left on the Starbucks app when trying to order an $8 fancy coffee. B of A, like I can't lend WAB, but my equities portfolio is up 1,200%. I pay with ADA. Cardano is the blockchain. Can you talk a bit about zero-DTE plays you're in at the moment and your thought process? Both of them have big piles of sold calls at the levels where I bought puts. So if this pulls back or there's any capitulation, we can drop pretty hard because in the money calls have been rolling up. There's not a lot of downside support. Big red bean right now. We'll see. VIX is ticking up. Here, Dork. You'll like this if you want a big red bean. Well, I mean, so once the short calls reach an equilibrium of getting squeezed out, then we can move down, right? Full exuberant engage. Are you not averaging down because you don't want to allocate more to the play? I'm kind of waiting to see if it loses 4,200. I'm not averaging down NVIDIA because I don't have any more settled cash for the day. I might average down Tesla, but I'm still waiting. Charm still favors bears into the end of the day today, so especially with bulls rolling all their shit up. Yeah, not disclosing your financials is a very big deal. It's bearish as fuck. What's a realistic drop? 90, 80. There's a big put wall at 80, which could have some drag for Monday's expiration. Kathy Wood strategically moving out of Tesla into Coinbase ahead of BTC spot ETF. Thoughts? BTC's gonna crater? Tesla's gonna moon. You fucking wish. I mean, based on Kathy Wood's previous track record. Doesn't Kathy like to lend short vol? I suspect she does. Who doesn't? Gaff, you have to know that a BTC ETF or several spot BTC ETFs are going to have a negative effect on Bitcoin's price over time, right? I don't go in the crypto channel. Gross. I'm just waiting for you to rename it. Do you want me to call it Gaff's Clubhouse? BIPT. Here's my thought. The amount of minted BTC is so low. I'm wondering how much liquidity they're going to create. Infinite. That's what ETFs do. Dirk, there's still no red peen. Could we stagnate here the rest of the day? Yeah, but I think our end of day price is probably weighted down a little bit. Things can change. People can buy more calls. They're definitely shorting some vol, which means they would like it higher. Market's getting me grumpy. Hmm. It'll be great for traders. No super volatility. No, it'll crush the volatility. That's that's what ETFs do. They provide liquidity and kill vol. Where's that call side profit taking? There isn't any yet. I mean, there is, but it's mostly like deep in the money shit. Nothing at the money is really falling off. At least not yet. Will these ETFs just make BTC even more like gold? Is this a more widely adopted asset? No, gold, even though it's mostly worthless, is still a physical commodity. BTC is nothing. It's imaginary. Idiot bought calls at 4,400 and doesn't take profit when this thing rocketed. People who are confident that it's going to stay above 4,400, or people that have theta. A lot of the 4,400 calls expire next Friday. So fiat currency is backed by a government. El Salvador backs BTC. Well, a military. Same thing, right? BTC doesn't have missiles. They don't need to create bitcoins. They can create synthetic liquidity. Can I buy dominoes with BTC? I don't think so. Maybe. You could sell your BTC, turn it into dollars, put those dollars in PayPal. It sounds like you need to explain to these fools how ETFs work. I don't want to do that again. I spent like a year doing that. It's fucking boring. Why would anyone want dominoes? That's a whole nother question. It's okay. The securitization and centralization of BTC will be will be a boon for the stability and acceptance of BTC as an asset. A much less valuable asset, but an asset nonetheless. Where was it? What is an ETF? Is the Fed a bank? Tune in next week for these answers and many more chromosomes. This is basically what I posted in the crypto channel. Just because I hate crypto doesn't mean I don't understand it. I find it so fascinating how all the DDU and a few others wrote on SS is applicable to the current market conditions, how the options chain is hedged, and how that research was applied to SPX. I don't know how many people applied it to SPX besides me, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Reducing vol, but still volatile. That depends. Can you talk about strats for following up on bear call spreads? Options of strategic investment just says follow up is not difficult for bear spreads. Guidelines on when to roll, maybe, before you're in the money. It's really not difficult. You either close the short call or you close the whole thing before it goes in the money. You can turn it into you could you could open a debit spread against them and you kind of turn them into like a call butterfly. But that's like shitty, and that's only really if you get like hung up in like a tight range. Usually you just close the short call, leave the long call open, and try to close it at break even. You don't recommend rolling bear calls up and out? I don't really like rolling. I mean, you're just eating a loss and moving it, right? I mean, if your thesis remains intact, sure, roll it. But rolling is no different than closing. I don't really want to buy calls here or straddle here. Why? Nice, Dork. I think there'll be better opportunities into the first half of next week to buy puts than now. I mean, I'm gonna straddle tonight, and I have some downside exposure, but not a lot. What happens after we pass the bull confirm on ES? Bullish. That's confirmation of the bullish trend. There's resistance at 42.26, 40 or 44.26, 44.35. What am I doing this weekend? I don't know. It depends on how sick I stay. I'm either gonna lay in bed or go out and do shit. I don't know yet. War is sure to break out with Iran this weekend if I have no exposure to the downside. You can have some, but I mean, just don't get a lot, right? Because it still has room to move up. Did you run the marathon last weekend? Fuck no. Do I look like I've ever run a marathon? Check to Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, that's not a healthy coping mechanism, Dork. This doesn't look bearish at all. It doesn't really look anything. It's just flat. Hmm. There goes the rest of the short calls. That's interesting. What the fuck was that? Hold on, Dork. Bull trap? Are we going to the JPM short calls? Not this week. Probably not next week either. It may not pull back. There's a good chance that, like, even if it pulls back, it just stabilizes right at 4,400. Hmm. How close are we to that? Hmm. This market isn't going down anytime soon, is it? It might go down next week. The problem is if it doesn't drop enough, it's going to go right back up again. This looks sort of desperate rather than confident. Could there be a reason why this is absolutely has to be where it is? I mean, it's much better to de-risk from a higher price than it is from a lower price. Spoken like a true bear. The problem is it going right back up again. It's the way of the road, bubs. Oh, Jesus Christ. Would it have been more bullish to have had a good pullback to 4,300 before continuing up? No, a pullback to DN's more bullish. A pullback below DN would be bearish as fuck. Am I mad for taking a put spread here? Like a bear put spread or a bull put spread? A bull put spread could be kind of risky. Although, if it's got a few days of theta, maybe not. Bear? No, that doesn't seem that unreasonable. Can you close it today? If you can close it today, that doesn't seem so bad. It's like a good way to avoid the theta decay. Maybe. NVIDIA got a little pump off of that. Ooh. There's probably about $5 more room to the upside and a bunch of room to the downside if it were to fail. There hasn't been a lot of profit taking at the 4,400 level. There is a lot of call selling going on to the upside right now. Where at? 44.25 for Monday. Huh. Dirt can't time me out. It doesn't work. I'm just gonna straddle the weekend. I feel like whenever you say there's call selling, we always move up to break them. That's because they're pumping. And they're squeezing out short calls. That doesn't mean there's not call selling. It's just nothing to do with the price, right? If there's a lot of call selling, it can drive the price down, but mostly it just shorts vol. Also depends what expiration the call selling's on. There's a lot more call selling over the last 24 minutes. About ooh, 500,000 delta. Want a red candle? Maybe soon. We'll see. That candle's red. Is this a good entry for longer dated puts? Looking at things like bear put spread, spy bear puts, 44, 440, 430, 28, 35 DTE. It's a lot of theta. You're gonna need those to go in the money and probably stay there for a bit. So, like, debit spreads aren't super great at capturing like stuff like this, right? Because if you have like 35 DTE, when it hits your price target, you're not going to be at max profit, right? I mean, you can close them and take profit, but they benefit from theta decay. Yeah, it's a lot of theta for a spread. At least one that's that narrow, right? If you're gonna do something like that, you probably want it wider. And they can be really hard to close if they go deep in the money, right? So that's why you want it wider. Is because, if your spread's here and the price keeps falling, right? These can be really difficult to close for any kind of profit until the price turns back around. And if it doesn't, if it just falls and stagnates, you have to kind of wait them out and ties up capital for a long period of time. Yeah, you can box it off, but you take a loss when you do that. Some. Might not be as bad as just straight up closing it, but this is fucking boring. Hmm. What about a call credit spread expiring the week after SLD? Can't read the rest of that. How do I get rid of this stupid fucking heart thing? Still risky? I mean, everything has risk. That's the whole point. You take risk if you're right, you get paid money for taking that risk. So yes. The hard thing is annoying as fuck. Yeah, it is. How do you make it stop? I can't even fucking move it. I don't know. It's an option anywhere. Ah. Haha! I killed it. This is my best decision ever. How my emojis? This isn't a makeup stream yet. Isn't SPX bouncing off the top of a downward trend from August? It's close. Not quite. It's kind of a little bit above it, right? Well, it's close to the top of it. Kind of close. Hmm. Yields are starting to move up a little again. Not very much, though. This is fucking boring. I'm gonna wait till power hour. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. Oh, awesome. So we're still trading at the same fucking price. Fantastic. Is there a dancing bull song? I don't have one. You missed Waluigi twerking. It was classy. Ah, too bad. Maybe next time. Do I have a fucking napkin anywhere? Hold on. If CPI comes in cool, I think we break 4,500. I don't think CPI is going to be that impactful, but maybe. I would say there's not a lot of upside interest. Hmm. There's really not a lot of upside interest beyond like 4,450 right now. So 4,400 is a bit of a stretch. How would it not be impactful? It's probably going to be pretty flat. Flat or slightly up. Man, yields are really trying to bounce back today. They keep getting stuffed. Most of the decline in oil though came after like in the end of October, which is after the reporting period for CPI. Like the biggest drop off was from what, like October 30th to now. I didn't say any of those things, Marpo. Seems like SPX had a peener. I can't seem to get it up more. Does it need more tea? Always. Yeah, we kind of ran out most of the call side interest for today. There's still a little bit more at 44.10. But we're largely stabilized by longer dated call interest at 4400. So it'll be hard for this to break down. I got wrecked today. I think I'm gonna end up pretty flat today. Cat might test 240. I told you earlier it could go up and test 240. Do you know what 2 weeks of nearly straight pumping needs? Another week of straight pumping? You got it. I would have made 60K on zero-DTEs today, but instead I closed them at 43.75. Silly me. It was resistance. It also rejected pretty hard, right? Well, it kind of makes sense to get stopped out there. I got stopped out of these, like right here. No, where do you get these fucking price targets from, McChuggets? What's up, dork? You're a shill. I know. It's based on my bullishness. All right. Hmm. But their equity portfolio is up, dork. Still expecting downs into close. I mean, they seem more likely than ups. IWM kind of looks like shit. Not that it isn't super oversold, it is, but who the fuck's buying small caps right now? Pension plans? Are they? Or are they just over concentrating into Mag 7? I panic sold Fubo CCs at 250. Am I regarded? I broke through the trend to the downside again. Maybe. Why didn't you sell them at 3 before? Hey, it's power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Not good. Need a rug pull. I don't think a rug pull into the pre-SLD period is very likely, but you might get a pull back. I guess bad things could happen over the weekend, but like even if this pulled back into the end of the day, I'd probably buy calls for Monday. Close under 4,400? I mean, maybe. Right now, nothing's giving. So we've traded flat between 4,400 and 4,307 for the last 2 fucking hours. I don't know why everybody keeps asking me. It'll either break down or it won't. Nothing's changing. Nothing interesting is happening. Options interest is flat like a fucking pancake. What brand ice cream sandwich do you buy? The Trader Joe's Chipwiches. Almost exclusively. They're amazing. I don't think there's a better ice cream sandwich. Who really wants to hold this steaming pile of shit over the weekend? People will think it'll be worth more next week. Gross. Why do you shop at Trader Joe's? They have amazing ice cream sandwiches. I thought you shop at Whole Foods. I do. Whole Foods is still for the poors. So many hot MILFs there. We have like gourmet grocery stores here. We have like Italy and Essex Market and Citarella. Katagiri, which is fucking awesome. Agata and Valentina. We have H Mart. I don't. If you have an H Mart, I don't know why the fuck you would ever shop at Whole Foods. You haven't bought produce until you've bought produce from an Asian grocery store. They like hand select every piece on the shelf. We have Walmart and Aldi. I think there's a Wegmans here now. I've been to a Walmart. Wegmans is the truth. I hate Aldi. I'm confused by the cart system, and I refuse to participate in it. Just jam a screwdriver in the coin slot. Dumpster dive H Mart. Okay. I mean, all right. Only poors have coins. It's true. What are you supposed to do with your groceries then? The more people tell me about Canada, the more I'm convinced it's just a simulation. Hasn't Wegmans been a thing in New York City for a while? Brooklyn? Classifying Brooklyn and Queens as being part of New York City is questionable. But yes, I think there's been one in Brooklyn for a little while. There used to be one in Rochester, and I think they're opening one in the city. I don't know how long it's been there though. It's not been very long. I just had to make a bunch of trips from the register to my car. They didn't have a shopping cart either. I don't know where it was founded. The Wegmans in Manhattan opened a few weeks ago. Oh, cool. Yeah, I heard they were opening one here. Pretty soon you're only gonna count Manhattan as New York City. I mean, it should be, right? Like the fuck the boroughs. Do they still have plastic bags in New York City? Not at grocery stores. If you buy like alcohol or you go to a deli or something, yeah. At least you're not elitist. Well, you go far enough out in the boroughs and it stops becoming city, right? Imagine living on Staten Island and considering it New York City. Imagine living on Staten Island. Harlem's in Manhattan. Isn't the Trader Joe's Sublime ice cream Sammy's? Yeah, I think so. I haven't read the box in years. It's the one with the chocolate chips all around it. I have them. I can go grab one right now. Yeah, pink box. Pink and white box. 4-pack. Those are the ones. Nice Matrix money. Triple OG. Um, I've never been to Staten Island. I have no idea. No, I don't really feel any way about the market, Lawrence. How do you tip strippers in Canada? Just throw coins at them? It's like making it hail instead of rain. Yeah. Play the trend. I get it. No, not just that. Stop obsessing over people pumping the market. It's gonna happen till it doesn't, right? So focusing on it's just gonna bias you. Well, because the treasury tail yesterday wasn't a big deal at all, right? It was just because that bank had a cyber attack right at that exact moment, and there's totally no problems with the world's deepest and most liquid market. How dare you? Are you inferring that there's no demand for US treasuries? They had to trade off a USB stick. Ooh, I was starting to worry for a moment there. That guy's spreading FUD all over the place. I think they loaded the trade settlements onto a USB stick and then I don't know, went elsewhere and settled out the trades. Of course, forgive me. All right. I just don't. You can't fall prey to these media narratives, Load Warrior. Possible this tops before the deposit period. Yeah, it's possible. Wind down. I don't know. I'm just gonna start selling puts on futures every night because they never go down. I'll just sell $1 million in puts on futures. Locked between 4,400 and 4,410. Yeah, there we are. And there's really not enough 4,410 for the decay to push us below 4,400. So there's this distinct possibility this just never breaks down in any meaningful way. It'll just stay right here for the rest of the day, which I said 2 hours ago, but people didn't want to hear that, so they keep asking me if it's going to drop. Do it. It'll be the one night that futures gaps down. Just right, C-Mill. This pocket of liquidity is lame. Yeah. Maybe we get a little pump here. Test 4410. They're really shorting the fuck out of VIX again. Seems like they want it. The whole $1.50 more price improvement. So the end of yesterday, did the meaningful parties decide to plan they'd pump to 4,400 today? No. Actually, price action was pretty locked up going into market open today. The upside was pretty well defended. Downside, we slid down the put ramp back to like 43.53, and then all the short positions got squeezed out. VIX crush Fridays, yeah. It's been a while since a Friday has been for the Bulls, so this is good for them. I guess last Friday was, but before that it was a little while. You said this would happen. I know. Although I did assume that the calls at 43.90 and 95 would hold up a little better and not get squeezed out so easily. I think puts are regarded. Since you've been buying puts, though, you've started making money, and you spent 2 years buying calls and losing money. I made money on calls today. So did everyone. If you'd bought a call basically at any point today, you would have been profitable. I lost money? How? Either way, I lose money. What gives? I kept getting stopped out. Sounds like you need to loosen your stops a bit. Or trade like 1 DTEs or something. There are too many people being despondent, which means they overheld their puts or didn't buy calls. No, they probably did the thing that I said to watch out for yesterday, which was leverage up at 43.50 on the put side. I overheld my puts. Sorry to hear that, man. I bought calls at open and I got stopped out before the real price action began. Same. That happens. And then I bought puts to fade the top, and it's just been flat ever since. It's flat and slightly up. I guess it's up. It's up $10. Well, I bought the puts here. It's kind of flat. Ooh, I wonder if the 4410s capitulate. Probably not. Hmm. I'm gonna check tomorrow's expiration. Gherkin's feeling snippy at me. No, I'm not. I lost a rack today, but only down 200 on the week. Here's to making it back next week. If only my call hedge didn't get stopped out earlier today. Thanks for all you do. No problem, Richie. Sorry to hear that, man. But that's not too bad on the week. 44.15 calls on Monday. 25.50 for next Friday. Interesting. What about Tuesday? Why is that fucking big ass pile of puts still there for Monday? What are they doing? I don't trust that shit at all. Tuesday's got a decent ramp. Up to like 25. Let's check Wednesday. Gamma flips down at 43.57.50. Even dated on your straddle or 3-2 calls puts, a good idea. I might do, I'll probably do like longer dated puts and leverage up shorter dated calls. So I'll probably do calls for like, well, next Wednesday's expiration looks pretty liquid. So I'll probably do calls for next Wednesday. It depends where we close still, but I would say at this point we're pretty likely to close above 4,400. We'd need a hell of a sell-off, like right now, in order to close much below it. If we're below 4,400, I might not lever up the call side as much. I lost a nut in my engine compartment. Have you ever tried using a tissue? No way Cat has 240 in it before end of day, right? It could. It's close. I mean, they might just buy puts and stuff it to keep the 240 like sold calls out of the money. But it sure makes Cat pretty enticing for next week. Hmm. That's more than I can put on one position, right? Yeah, I know. Dow did great today. Finally. Took all fucking week. Yeah, but realized vol is greater than implied vol, right? Quite a bit. Yeah, realized vol today at 16.2. And then implied vol at 14.3. Broke 10. Short calls getting squeezed out again. What if we get hot CPI next week? Market crash? No, they'll probably just moderately increase the Fed's chance of raising rates in December. Pick up the put side of the weekend straddle now, maybe? Yeah, I might pick up like 44.10. It's still a little early. $44.05, 4,400. 44.15's picking up a little bit of zero DTE call interest. Bears are still selling a bunch of 42.25. They're gonna get fucking squeezed out. Hawaiian Electric got hit hard. Good time to buy in. It's like a lot of risk. I think most of like the vol shorts have netted off. And I don't think the like entrenched short positions going anywhere. So until there's demand for utilities, which there's not right now, it could stay down or drop further. Are you impressed with the pump today? A little bit. I mean, my expectation was like maybe like 43.95. So breaking above that and actually squeezing out the short calls, that was pretty impressive. Because the short calls above 4,400 are pretty entrenched. They're not exactly easy to squeeze out. I don't even think they've squeezed out that many of them yet. They've squeezed out some, like the shorter dated ones, but are you gonna rage buy another 101 DTE puts? I don't think so. Hmm. That's on the rate that they're leaning into the carry trade. Unsustainable over time. It's not stopping them right now, though. It backed off a little bit from the peak today, I think. Yeah. Why is VIX rising? Squeezing out sold calls. Longer dated sold calls. I think I might sell my EXR calls today. They're not even in the money yet, but 2 months? Maybe I'll wait till next week. There's been 2 months of downside, reversed in 10 trading days. I've been pressed and poorer. Why poorer? Is 15 minutes of expiry on the table? Maybe. Hmm. 42.26. There's really no resistance here. At least not on futures. It's so relaxing holding 0-DTEs near expiry when you've already covered the cost basis. It's nice, yeah. Hmm. 18 minutes left. Where's the rest of the liquidity up here, though? Yeah, I don't think we squeeze out 44.20, right? Is that today's expiration? Jesus. I have a question. Where's the meatball relative to the cannoli? The meatball's been on top of the hill all day. Well, for 2 hours. JPM calls at 44.20. Which ones? The little ones? No. 44.25? The Jan ones? Hmm. Ooh, I gotta fill. Why is everything squeezing except GME? XRT's still on reg show. GME's not gonna fucking go anywhere. Also, just like tech is pushing, right? Like it's not It's not really mid caps moving up very strongly. That's mostly just tech. Hmm. Did we fucking break up again? Dude, what the fuck is even driving this anymore? I don't want to buy anything except puts at these levels. Everything is overpriced, so we had a window of like 3 milliseconds at the bottom to consider valuations. Am salty, yes. That's always true though. Like the bottom of a drop does not last long. You and everyone else wants to buy right then, right? Looks like the meatball is gonna roll over the top. It's pretty fucking close. That's nice. Hmm. Dude, out of the AMD bear calls, yeah, I got out of them yesterday. I wish I just closed the short side though, instead of just closing the whole thing. Holy shit, I could have made so much money if I didn't get stopped out earlier. Yeah, that happens. Fuck this market. Okay. 2.1 billion buy side. It's not very big. No problem, SR. I'll see you later, man. I'll go along with this pump into SLD, but I'm gonna need Cat to run to 260. Well, the cool thing is if Cat actually does break up, it's got a pretty clear path to at least 250. I think the sold calls falling off today should give it a bit of a boost. There's a lot of 240 sold calls that are gonna fall off on today's expiration. Yeah, there's a little bit of resistance at 245 next week, but after that, gamma flattens out. Yeah. Good choice on the word of the day. Back from my meeting, I stepped up for a 50% gain instead of 500%. Happens. It's been really fucking choppy since we hit like 4,400, so it's pretty easy to get stopped out on zero-DTEs when the price action's like that. Don't worry, guys. I took 100 instead of 4,000. Is this just one of those days where everyone's regretting their risk management? Yeah, silly. I wonder how much of the sold calls fall off today. Oh, they're just not gonna tell me. Hmm. You're really buying calls up here? I need to hedge the upside. So yeah. But I guess we've got like 6 minutes. But I'm probably gonna buy calls in the next like 2. So we're profitable today. I'm still disheartened that we're above 4,400 again. Well, if we pumped into SLD, where the fuck else were we gonna go? Not me. I could have blown up my port had I not had risk management. Hey, at least someone's happy they had stops. I made $63 today. I think we're in the same boat. Actually, I might have lost $60. Wow, on this. Dork, if my 42, my 44, 25, 50, 25 and 44.50 spreads get blown up over the weekend, I'm blaming you. Thanks, Robin Your Hood. I appreciate it, man. If my SQQQ call gets blown up, I'm blaming you. Is it your you bought it when it was blown up though? VIX halt into close. No, probably not. It's gonna unblow up? Okay, alright. Fair enough. If it's any consolation, Dork, I bought some March 3600 Ps at VIX 1450. For real, is there any bull narrative here except funny line go burr? The bull narrative is buy everything you can before things get better, because things might get better. It's an interesting take. I thought the bull case was about hackers. That whole thing's just fucking ridiculous. Hey, Jork, you think the MM can pull off 30 BPS in 1 minute? Because that'd be really cool. Let's see it. We get my $6 back. Hey, they bought him. Are those 80 puts still on the chain for Monday? Yep. Ding ding. Well, 44.15s saved at the end of the day by 30 bucks. CPI going to determine next week's outcome even with SLD? It could have some effect on next week's outcome, yeah. I don't know who the fucking mayor of New York is. I see the filthy pump has occurred. The filthiest. Alright, let's see here. So we closed a little bit above the long-term trend. We'll see if MMs dump off some of their exposure into after hours, or we just float here until Monday. Although futures never seem to dip anymore. Despite yields rising into the end of the day, prices did not pull back, and volatility did not go up. Correlations moving down towards like mid-October's lows. Bond volatility is pretty flat, although that print may be off. Nothing's really happening here, although it's starting to look a lot like Volmageddon. is this the largest short VIX position since Volmageddon? No Volmageddon. Well, I mean, look. Here's Volmageddon, right? Well, right before Volmageddon. Here's now. Short vol got squeezed, Brandon. Short vol got squeezed and they almost broke the market. This is some crazy shit. What an eloquent way to put it. I mean, it explains what needs to be explained. When was Volmageddon? 2017? The 10-2-year improved a little bit today, but still not looking super great. Oh, I wanted to look at the carry trade. Carry trade and USD JPY. USD JPY is getting pretty fucking blown out here. So I mean, they're leaning on the carry trade to give them liquidity for this pump. But fucking yen's almost as high as it was back in October of 2022. We're only like 0.4 off. Ah, it's super fucking overextended. Interesting. Well, we'll see how the next couple days shake out. I think they try to pump a little harder. I think we probably have some range up above 44.25, 44.25, 44.50 into this week, especially if Gamma Max moved up again today. Pretty decent support at 4,400, so I expect that it could be protected, maybe even through SLD into the post OPEX period. So be careful targeting next Friday for anything on the short side. Very careful. Is there a lag with the carry trade? Well, there could be. It depends on how the money is being loaned out, right? It's not all just going into mortgages. It's going into leverage, right? A lot of it's going into leverage. Specifically leverage on equities. So I will say if CPI is up, that should give a boost to the dollar next week, which will put more pressure on volatility. But yeah, I would say right now either this is the top, right? Or we're gonna push up. We're gonna push up into like ES like 44, like the 44.60s next week. 44.50 or 60. There's a little bit of room. There's like another higher resistance here. But I don't really know where it's gonna fall. That might be it. But that still, yeah, that still puts us at like ES, like 44.52. There's about another $20 of upside. I would say that's not completely unreasonable. Very much in line with what we saw during like the September pre-SLD OPEX period. Has XLRE? I don't know. It's recovering a little bit. I think there's still some hopes that rates are going to come down, which is fucking stupid, but we'll have to wait until December for anything on that front to change. Do you think carrying losing puts into next week is bad? It depends on how much theta you have. I'm just trying to get a better exit. I made a bad choice today not dumping them. I mean, yeah, I think it's kind of bad, but if you have a decent amount of theta on them, you could get lucky into like the SLD period. I don't know how much theta you have. I mean, that's really what matters. If you have like 5 days, you could be completely fucked. December? Okay, well that's not so bad. Like that kind of gives you through. So we'll see how hard Charm gets blown out going into OPEX next week. But I suspect if we get a pump, we'll see it climb pretty high on the 11/17 expiry. My knee's aching, which means we're going to open at 4,400 Monday. Well, there's geopolitical tension and stuff that could still put a drag on things, but I mean, right now they've got yields in check mostly. They can still lean on the carry trade a little bit harder. They haven't, like, there's been no action prompted from Bank of Japan. Although at 150, 150, you'd think they'd be a little stressed. Dixie's still under 106. So I mean, they're in a good position to pump at least like 20 or 30 more dollars to the upside. No, XRT is still on reg show. Yeah, GME looks like it could still it may still get shorted into next week. I would say if we do pump next week and it's pretty broad, GME might move back towards like 1350, 14. And then if the back half of the week has like an actual SLD, it'll probably come back down to around the range it's at now before OPEX. There's still no liquidity realization here, right? So it's just waiting it out till XRT is not there to provide infinite short ammo. And XRT's, while XRT's on reg show, their ability to short is basically infinite. They can just short and short and short and fail, and it doesn't matter because it's already on reg show. And as long as they don't have to go through an audit period on reg show, then they don't have to worry about it. And so that's why historically when we've seen XRT come off reg show, we see GME and the rest of that like XRT basket rip because they cover everything. They cash settle it all out. That's not a top range for Microsoft. Seems like GM might have hit, but could have gone up. No, it still hasn't hit Gamma Max. Gamma Max is at like 373 today. It's probably still moving up. Also, remember with like a lot of the bigger blue chips and stuff, their price action isn't entirely driven by their options chains, right? You also have to factor in that like as their market cap increases, there's going to be more ETF buying. There's going to be more mutual fund buying, right? And so you know that buying in the underlying also drives the price up. These aren't like illiquid, super illiquid stocks that are dragged around by their options chains. Their options chains have an effect, but it's definitely reduced. What's CC strategy on GME then? Same as it's always been. Wait for it to run, sell a bunch of them, right? It just hasn't run yet. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you Saturday for the member stream at 12:30, and then the rest of you I'll see Monday. Have a good weekend, everybody. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.